Good afternoon, members. I call Committee of Supply Section A to order. We are meeting to continue the consideration of the budget estimates of the Ministry of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you so much, Chair. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $220,818,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship Ministry operations to the 31st of March, 2026.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the member for Boundaries Milkameen.
We're getting right into it. We are. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We ended last week on wildlife. This week I'm going to start on lands. I don't know if you need to bring some staff in, but my first question is specifically around permitting. We did some polling of numbers specifically around water permits, and so now I'm wondering around land tenures, if we can get an idea of the number of tenure applications that are currently in the queue, as well as land leases.
Recognizing the Minister of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you so much, Chair. As of February 2025, we had 1,778 land tenure applications in the queue. That would include land lease applications as well.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you. To get a better understanding of the volume, approximately how many land tenure applications did we receive last year, and how many did we process?
Recognizing the Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Unfortunately, we don't have that at our fingertips, but what I would suggest is we're going to check with staff now, and we will get you the number of how many applications were received and processed last year, and give it to you before the end of the day, so it's on the record.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we could also maybe know, or maybe it's part of the same question, our average time to process an application for land lease tenures and tenures, and what the oldest application is in the tenure. Like, how long are these applications sitting in the queue?
Recognizing the Minister of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you so much, Chair. As of February 2025, it took an average of 378 days to process an application. The oldest application in the queue, we don't know, but once again, we'll get you that information today and let you know what it is so we can put it in the record.
The member for Boundaries and Milking.
Mouthful every time, thank you. Can you tell me if we have any, under permitting modernization, do we have permits that we are still processing on paper, or is everything digital now? And if we do have some on paper, can we list out which ones are?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to go back and answer a prior question first. How many land tenure applications did we receive and process last year? So we received in 2025 793 applications, and we processed 612 in 2025. So the question you just asked about our permitting modernization, for every land application that comes, it comes in digital format, a fillable PDF. So all of our applications are digitized. However, we do accept all paper applications still at Front Counter BC locations. Some folks still prefer to write out applications in paper. But through our permitting reform, we are going to slowly go towards more and more modernization.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Milkameen.
As part of the permitting modernization, are all applications that now come through Front Counter BC, are applicants given an application number and a way to track those applications over the life cycle?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Going back to another older question first, you asked what the oldest application in the queue is for land tenure applications. It is a Crown grant application, so basically that's a request to purchase Crown land in the West Coast region, and it is dated May 2016. For your last question, are people given an application number and a way to track it? Everyone who fills out an application initially immediately gets a file number, and how we track it is similar to what we do with water licenses. So if we say this is an estimated 12 months to get it approved or get an answer, we provide an update as we get close to that 12 months to say we're on track to process this within 12 months, or it's going to be an extra 3 to 4 months, et cetera. But as part of the permitting modernization process, we are going to a tracking system similar to tracking like a FedEx package. You can go online and check to see where it is and where it is along the process, so you'll know when it will be approved or not. And that is part of the permitting modernization process that we're going through.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The queue that we were talking about earlier for the land tenures, is that new or include renewing tenures as well?
Recognize.
Thank you so much, Chair. It includes both new and renewals.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Milkameen.
From my previous hat, I know that a lot of the recreation groups that have tenures, specifically where their emergency shelters are located, were told that there was not staff to process applications for renewals, and some of them were over 3 years expired. Obviously, I've been out for about 6 months, so I'm just wondering if that has improved in the recent 6 months, or whether we still have a large backlog of recreation tenures that have not been renewed.
Of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you, Chair. Before I give you the answer, I do want to correct something that you asked. I seem to be giving you 2 answers for every question. When you asked initially if that number, 1,778 land applications were for new or renewals, I said they were both earlier. They're just actually new. So we will get you the combined number, hopefully, after your next question. And recreation tenures. So there continues to be a backlog for these rec permits. We're absolutely looking at addressing this as part of the modernization we're doing with the permitting. We know it's a huge issue and an important issue. We've spoken to the Recreation Coalition about it, and they said that they need expedited permitting to help support their business certainty. So that's something that's a priority for us. So we're working on it.
Recognizing the member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the coalition you're referring to is Adventure Tourism Coalition, and that's specifically around adventure tourism. But there's the other side of the land leases, which are nonprofit recreation groups that have emergency shelters. So just to clarify on that. I'm going to switch over to the Elk Valley cumulative effects while we wait for that answer. And specifically, I'm wondering if you could tell me how much funding we have allocated this fiscal year specifically to the Elk Valley cumulative effects project, as well as how much we spent to date.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start with the updated land applications, land tenure applications. So the total number in queue is 5,143. Of those, 1,778 are new, as we said earlier. So the renewals in queue right now is 3,365. For the Elk Valley cumulative effects, so far to date, since 2019, we have given $3.5 million to the Tinaha Stewardship Forum. In fiscal last year, we gave $750,000.
Recognizing the member for Boundary-Similkameen.
Thank you. That specifically speaks to what was given to the Tinaha, but I believe that we have staff and contractors also working on the cumulative effects management framework, or do they all work for Tinaha?
Thank you so much, Chair. You are correct, member. We do have additional staff and contractors who are also working on cumulative effects in the Elk Valley. So we can, if you're looking for a budget for that, we can get you one, not today because it's bits and pieces of multiple different jobs that people do.
Recognizing the member for Boundary-Similkameen.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would appreciate getting the details around what the total budget on that particular project is. And also, and maybe it comes at the same time, is what the indicators are of our success. How are we measuring that? We know it's more than $3.5 million at this point. How are we measuring whether we're being successful in that project and that we're getting good value for our money?
Uh-oh.
Recognizing the Minister of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you so much, Chair. So we look at the values as part of the Tinaha Stewardship Forum, and we work together to come up with objectives and targets to manage for cumulative effects via the restoration and conservation initiatives incorporated into the statutory decisions in the Elk Valley. Objectives and targets represent the desired condition for 6 value components. The value components for the Elk Valley have been identified as the grizzly bear, west slope, cutthroat trout, high elevation grasslands, bighorn sheep, aquatic ecosystems, and old and mature forests, and managing for those cumulative effects through the decision-making, restoration, and conservation strategies will be key to advancing the continued responsible mining in the Elk Valley. And I think that I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Elk Valley Resources is a mining company working in the Elk Valley, using the latest technology to minimize the impacts. For example, the work that they've done on the selenium, getting rid of the selenium in the water is fairly extraordinary, and they still have a bit of a ways to go, but they've created technology that is nowhere else in the world. So it's those types of things, working together with the nations and with the industry to manage those cumulative impacts with objectives and values to work towards restoring.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the challenges with that particular project is that while the cumulative effects have been over many, many years, the decisions coming around restrictions are coming very, very fast, and there's a bunch of projects moving at one time, which I'll bring up next, which one of them is the Kootenay Pass project, where you're looking at, and I don't know whether that falls under your cumulative effects management framework project or whether it is a separate line item, but I'd like to know what we're spending overall on the Kootenay Pass project.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. So we don't have a dollar value for you, but we will get it after you answer your next question. We can continue to skip along at a fairly brisk pace. But just to highlight what the Kootenay Pass project is, it's part of the inclusive engagement in the Kootenays that includes a survey on backcountry access, seeking a wide range of perspectives in a Southern Rocky Mountain Passes planning project, bringing together a wide variety of interest groups to collaboratively seek solutions to access management. We've been working on this with the Tanaha, and I do just want to say that bringing everybody's voice to the table here is incredibly important. So bringing the recreation, backcountry, guide outfitters, the public, weekend hikers that just like to go out with their dogs. Everybody's voice needs to come to the table here in order for us to be able to come up with the planning and policies that are going to work to help restore our wildlife and biodiversity there, while encouraging people to fall in love with nature and the beautiful area in Kootenay.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Just to loop back, that research project that the survey that's part of the Kootenay Pass project? I was under the impression that it was separate research.
Recognizing the minister.
You're correct, that is separate.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries, Similkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 30 by 30 land protection. I'm wondering what percentage of BC's land base is currently protected and how much did we add in the last year?
Thank you so much, Chair. So as of last year, I had some numbers in my head and I can't believe I was wrong, so I'll go off the paper. As of 2023, BC conserved 18.5 million hectares, 19.7% of the land. So this is 15.6% in protected areas and 4.1% in other protected areas. And in the last year, we have protected another 0.2%. So that brings us to 19.9% protected. And the two areas that we've protected this year was earlier, our last summer, Clayoquot Sound. We protected that for good instead of the deferrals, and Clincesa as well.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries, Similkameen.
Yeah, I think it's challenging because that also wasn't the number that I had and is not the number that I see regularly published by ENGOs and other groups. So my question then is, can you define what protected means and what land designations it includes, both under protected and I guess other?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. So, yes, to clarify, and I think it's a great question, so thank you for asking it. So there is a bit of discrepancy depending on who you ask. 15.8% of the province is protected as a park or a conservancy. So that could be a provincial park, a federal park. Conservancy are the highest order of protection in an area, so you can't go in and reverse it or anything like that. The 4.1% is called other effective area-based conservation measures. And these can be considered government action regulations like GAR orders, so we can protect them, for example, a wildlife habitat or an old growth management area. Some community watersheds are classified as that, but other things aren't classified, like winter ungulate ranges are not classified as an OECM. So that's kind of where the confusion reigns, and some NGOs want these 4.1% areas to be a park or conservancy, and that those are discussions that we're having right now. It's important that I think that we are counting it though, because these are areas as of right now that are protected and will remain protected, that 4.1%.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if GAR orders are included in the 1%. So if we put a GAR order on a particular area for one species, we're including that as protected for the purpose of 30 by 30. I just want to make sure I got that right.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Another excellent question. So, not all GAR orders meet OECM. So part of what OECMs have to meet are high international standards, which includes legal protections that need to be in place for the long term for a defined area. So not a defined species, but a defined area. And because that area is legally protected for the long term, we do include it as part of BC's 30 by 30 number. But there are also some GAR orders that don't fit into the OECMs because they allow, for example, mineral tenures or forest harvesting, that sort of thing. So we do not include those in our 30 by 30 count.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Milkameen.
I have a lot of questions about that, so I will defer to a separate briefing to learn more about GAR orders and how that's working, because I think there is a bunch of intricacies in there that I clearly don't understand. Can you, looking at the announcement in I think it was 2022, we were supposed to be at 25% by 2025. We're obviously down to 6 months, 7 months best case. Do you anticipate that you're going to reach that goal by the end of 2025? 25%.
Thank you very much, Chair. Going back to your mountain passes question, the mountain passes, the budget for the mountain passes, the budget was for a facilitator, which was $30,000, and then also for the backcountry survey, the budget was for $20,000. And then to answer your last question, 25 by 25, the government never committed to reaching or protecting 25% of BC's lands and waters by 2025. We committed to 30 by 30. The BC Parks Foundation committed to 25 by 25, where I used to work prior to working for government. That was a big commitment from them, and but this provincial government never committed to 25 by 25, but it did commit to 30 by 30, and we will reach it.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had looked it up on the Government News website, specifically the tripartite agreement, which did say 25 by 25. So if that wasn't a commitment by the government, that's what it says on your news website. So I'll leave that for you to figure out. But having said that, then, is there a public...
Member, I just remind you that questions are through the chair.
Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, through you then, is there a public dashboard available of what has been protected to date and what we intend to protect and or is proposed or pending going into our goal of 30% by 2030?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much. I don't know if I'm going to answer your last comment, but you made a really good point, so I wanted to try. And as part of the tripartite framework agreement for nature conservation, Canada committed to 25 by 25, but we as a province didn't, which does also strike me as confusing. But there you go. In terms of, is there a public dashboard about what is protected? We do have a website as part of our land use planning process to determine new areas for protection. For example, on the Sunshine Coast right now in the SWIA of the Shishel Nation, there's a land use planning process underway. And so once land is identified for conservation and formally protected, it will appear on our website that shows what's protected around BC. The website is planningpartnership.ca.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does that mean that the Indigenous protected and IPCA's Indigenous protected and conservation areas, are those included in our goal for the 30%?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. IPCA's Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas are generally three things. Number one, they're Indigenous-led. Number two, they represent a long-term commitment to conservation. And number three, they provide opportunities to reconnect with the land and heal both the land and Indigenous peoples. So the province views IPCA's proposals as a positive indicator that a nation has developed a land use plan for their territory. So they're a really valuable starting point for us to begin land use plans in areas. So, but part of the land use plan means that we talk to the First Nation, we talk to businesses, we talk to industry, we talk to the public, we talk to anybody who lives in that area who's affected by coming up with a land use plan for their area. So once IPCAs form part of the land use plan and are formally protected, then we would count that towards the 30 by 30 designation. So several IPCAs are included in the 30 by 30, but certainly not all of them.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you. What is the formal process then for determining which of the 60 self-declared IPCAs are actually moving forward?
Before I recognize the minister, I'd just like to, normally I would ask leave of the chair, but I'm the chair today, and I'd just like to note that I have two friends in the gallery who've chosen to come partake in the most important parts of this parliamentary procedure, which is estimates with the Ministry of Land, Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship. So, Kana and Alex, thanks for being here. Now, recognizing the Minister of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you so much, Chair, and welcome. This is the most exciting estimates probably that you'll see, so I'm so glad that you chose this one. Thank you again, member, for the question, and it's a really good one. The first thing that kind of helps form the decision of when government is going to look at an IPCA and decide whether to work with the community at large and business and industry to turn it into a land use plan. It's usually typically areas where there's perhaps tensions or, a high drought area where there's an increased sensitivity or urgency to be able to find land use planning for a specific area. So an example of an IPCA that did turn into a protected piece of land was the Kootenay with the Namgis Nation. They were really concerned about forestry and logging in their area, and there was kind of a sense of urgency. So the first thing that this ministry must do is go to Cabinet and seek a mandate to be able to start working on a land use plan for a specific area. And only if Cabinet approves, then this ministry will start working with the nation, with industry, with forest companies, and that was the case with the Kootenay. We worked with the community, the nation, the forestry company, industry in the area, decided which areas were important to them to protect, which areas were important to them to continue logging or open up to industry or open up to economic activity. And what we find with these land use plans is we can do both, right? We can say these are the values that are really high, so we're going to protect this area. These are the values where we really want to build industry and build business and build sustainable jobs. So we're going to make sure that this area, through land use planning, unlocks that potential, and that creates really predictability and stability for businesses, for the nations, for the community as well, so they know kind of they think things are set for them through land use planning. And I'll stop there.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under what legislative or regulatory frameworks will the IPCAs be managed, and who will hold that final decision-making authority over land use, access, and enforcement?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. So IPCAs, there is currently no IPCA legislation in BC, and we have no plans at this point to create any new legislation about IPCAs. How IPCAs potentially become a park or a conservancy is through an inclusive and transparent land use planning process. So once again, if a nation comes and they say this is a self-declared Indigenous protected and conserved area, and there's an urgency about working with them to protect that area as well as the larger kind of land use planning territory. Number one, we have to go to Cabinet, seek a mandate. If Cabinet approves, then we start working with the nation, with the public in the area, with industry in the area, with small businesses, with farmers, and we say, you know, what are your priorities? Where do you want to see what on the land? And through a really, really comprehensive process that takes years, that original IPCA could either be turned into a park or a conservancy. And we have spoken to a lot of nations who wish that we could come up with a potentially new designation, because sometimes they feel that park or a conservancy doesn't really fit what they're trying to do, depending on the values of what they are trying to protect and restore. But as part of all of that, a huge important piece is public access to those kind of either IPCAs or what becomes a park or a conservancy. That is a huge part of it and is included in the inclusive and transparent land use planning process.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Milkmead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I understand, I guess, the notion of what we are trying to do, I feel like we're not hitting the mark on the transparency piece. Specifically, many communities feel left out of the process. There's a lot of government-to-government discussions that happen and agreements that go quite far before the public is even aware it's happening. And so in my own community, I know that there has been elements of racism on their IPCA because people don't understand what they're trying to do or what they're trying to create. And so that uncertainty going forward is creating fear and mistrust. And so that is not what I want for my community or any community in BC. And so I would encourage the minister to think about how we create some framework around how these IPCAs are created, how they will be managed, and if it includes creating a new type of park or conservancy, to be really, we need to be mindful and be able to adapt, but we also need to be clear and transparent about how it's happening. And I believe the public want to be involved, and I feel like right now that piece is missing. So I deliver that message without a question, but at the same time, it's something that's near and dear to my heart, and I hope that we can work together to make it successful. On the last question on the 30 by 30, the minister clearly stated that, Mr. Chair, that the 20 by 25 wasn't their goal, but 30 by 30 is. How confident is the minister that we will reach 30% by 2030?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and thank you so much for the question. I will just leave it with a short answer, but we can definitely go into a longer answer with a further briefing if you want. We are very confident that we are going to get to 30 by 30. Deputy Minister will not retire, and she wants to, until we get to 30 by 30. It's true. So there you go.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries Similkameen.
I feel sorry for the Deputy Minister. I would like to say that I hope it happens as well, but at the pace we're going and the uncertainty in our economy, I feel that challenge is definitely a challenge. We'll leave it at that. So I hope that she's successful. Thank you, Minister, today for, as well as your staff, for your time and allowing me to participate in estimates, my first time in estimates, and I think we had some good conversations. And I appreciate the opportunity to ask those questions and to engage in the oversight of the ministry. As I knew, I ran out of time on a lot of questions, and I'm hoping that the minister will allow me to submit the remainder of my questions in writing, and respectfully request that those be answered in writing. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Recognizing the member for Peace River North.
Thank you very much. My question I've definitely got a bunch of questions because in my region we've definitely been affected by park protections. When it comes to land use and restrictions, the interactions of DRIPA and the questions that people have, and especially when it comes to, as what was previously brought up, the disclosure of how it's going to roll out. So my first question is that when it comes to disclosure and of how you roll out this process of 30% in the communication with First Nations, from what I've seen, this is done through a consensus folder with the First Nations, but is not public in any way. I was wondering if the minister would like to address if there's budget information that is relevant to the public that is in these consensus folders.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. I understand your question to be, is there budget information in the consensus folder? We're not clear what you mean by consensus folder. Do you potentially mean consensus document? And which specific area are you referring to?
Recognizing the member for Peace River North.
Thank you. I'm referring that each of the 204 First Nations, they have a consensus folder that contains information that's agreed upon through the DRIP Act that would have pertaining information when it comes to certain plans, especially when it's the concepts of what parks might be ideal with certain First Nations. I'm just wondering when it comes to if the budget information isn't public necessarily when it comes to dealing with those First Nations and what's in that folder, if it's something that is confidential or not.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. When it comes to any sort of negotiations or agreements with First Nations, that falls under the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, so you would have to direct that question to them.
Recognizing the member for Peace River North.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to my next item. Could the minister, the 2025-2026 budget allocates over 22.6 million to water, fisheries, and coast division. Can the minister identify exactly which studies and which line items are funding the science used to justify groundwater restrictions for farmers, particularly in regions like the Salmon River or the Bassett Creek or the Peace region?
Just a reminder to all members to have your electronic devices turned off or on silent or silenced. Thank you.
Minister of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for the question. So there are many, 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 many ways that we study groundwater, aquifer, and surface water. One is the Provincial Groundwater Observation Network that helps us inform and understand watersheds. We do aquifer mapping. I know some local governments and municipalities actually take that action on their own because it's really important to them to understand where their water is coming from and how much there is. The interaction between groundwater and surface water and hydrological studies also determines the actions needed to be taken on the ground, especially in drought-prone regions, particularly in the areas that you mentioned, Bassett Creek, Salmon River, and the Peace region. In terms of the percentage of the amount that you asked, we don't have that off the top of our notebooks here, but we can find out what that is and get back to you.
Recognizing the member from Peace River North.
Thank you very much. Is the ministry currently funding new hydrological research in these areas, or are the decisions being made using outdated or incomplete data?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. So as a ministry, we do look at updating aquifer mapping and hydrological studies as needed. We prioritize areas based on risk of drought, for example. So an example of this on the Salmon River was last summer. This ministry did work with farmers along the Salmon River to talk about the values. We held drought decoding workshops. We worked with local government. We asked for input. And what we found was that the outcomes were a lot better after we had spoken to the farmers, worked with them, talked about them, about the values, the water values, and the surface and groundwater values. So it feels like education and communication is also a big part of it. We do update the info that we get. We share it with local governments, as well as from the permitting transformation side. We collect data continuously from wells, from streams, from snowpacks, and also we ask applicants who put in existing or renewal groundwater applications to help us undertake studies so we can monitor and keep track of the water.
Member
very
through the
much.
chair, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Chair.
much.
That actually leads right into my next question. So, will the minister table the technical evidence funded by this budget that proves agricultural wells are materially impacting fish-bearing creeks? And where would that information be found, especially when it comes to the groundwater mapping?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. So your question to table the evidence that the wells are having an impact on fish, it wouldn't be feasible to table evidence that suggests that because every aquifer is like a fingerprint. It's very, very different and it's very, very site specific. So it's not kind of one size fits all answer in there. But when we find that there is evidence, we absolutely make that evidence available. We do, sorry, I wrote this down. We have a website. It is called droughtportal.gov.bc.ca, and it maps everything in terms of preparing and responding to drought. It has an interactive map. It shows groundwater level data in different areas, so communities can prepare, etc. So I hope that answers your question. And just before I finish, Chair, I'm wondering if we can ask for a quick 5-minute recess.
At this time, the committee has a 5-minute recess. I have 4:39 on my watch. I'd ask that everybody be back in their seats by 4:44. Thank you so much. I now call the committee back together. We are looking at the estimates of the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship and recognizing the member from Peace River North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Chairperson, sorry. Chair, thank you very much, Chair. Minister, with the 44.9 million committed to permitting and transformation, what portion of this spending is delivering transparency and water allocation? Specifically, the public registry of who's allowed to keep drawing water during level 4 drought restrictions.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for the question, member. So the question you answered is what percentage of the permitting goes towards, I guess, trying to figure out who's using water during drought conditions. Permitting transformation department doesn't work with drought. It doesn't address drought. Permitting transformation, it basically works with expediting permitting in all the things that you need basically a permit for in BC, water licenses, housing, all of those things. In terms of level 4 drought restrictions, if somebody has applied for and receives a water license, regardless of what stage of drought we're in, that water license user is allowed to use water. So this is where public education and communication really comes in. If we're facing a severe drought, even if you have a water license, the appropriate thing to do is to not use as much water as you would normally use, and that's where we really need to continue working with folks to make them understand that in times of drought and in long-term times of drought, we need to change our relationship with how we use water. But again, that website that I talked about earlier, droughtportal.gov.bc.ca, does measure levels of water, surface and groundwater, that helps us give an idea of where we're at any given time in the province.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, critics have rightly pointed out that the government has still not completed the regional groundwater studies promised under the Water Sustainability Act. In this year's budget, $30.1 million is allocated to natural resource information and digital services. What portion of this is actually going towards finishing these long overdue hydrological assessments? Primarily, when you base off of drought conditions, using, for example, my region that's been faced with drought for the past 2 years, when do you determine when the data is out of date and needs to be revised? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for your question. So in 2016, when the Water Sustainability Act was formed, the Regional Groundwater Study is actually not just one study. It's a continuous series of studies that will always be ongoing to kind of give us an idea of what groundwater looks like in the province. Hydrological data doesn't necessarily get out of date. We look at water levels, stream levels every year, snowpack levels, historical data, and we can kind of create a forecast. The River Forecast Center, which falls under this ministry, Walrus, is an absolutely incredible resource that spends all of it. It was created to try and forecast water in our province, whether it's drought or freshet season in the spring, flooding season, and they do an incredibly good job at that. As well, when drought response actually was put onto this ministry, Waterland and Resource Stewardship, in 2023, when it was formed, our first act was to really engage with users to build confidence in all of the data, to make sure that we're reaching out to people, to let them know that we needed to work together in all of the studies and the science we collect and all of the forecasting we do, because it's only when we're working together and all on the same page that are we able to accurately do our best to conserve water when necessary in times of drought, or redirect water during the spring in times of flooding. So working together is key, and continually monitoring and updating is also a big part of what we do.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification from the minister, when it comes to groundwater mapping, has a baseline been established across the whole province yet?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. The short answer to your question is no. We don't have a baseline for groundwater in BC. I think alluding to an earlier question that you asked, all of different parts of BC are different. So there are aquifers in BC that we haven't even tapped yet. And different areas have different water priorities. So what we do is prioritize those areas that have the greatest draw on them or the greatest access to that water, and we prioritize those to manage and look at water usage baselines to ensure that we don't run out of water.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Alluding to that, that draw and usage, I find it interesting that the province is pursuing a 30-30 goal of 30% reduction when right now we're in the situation where Team Canada, Team BC, we need to start using our infrastructure. So if we start decreasing our natural resources by 30%, primarily when we're affecting natural resources that provide a revenue stream, how is it throughout the budget when prioritizing the water management and land management, do you actually achieve doing this 30% reduction but still having a forestry sector that has the timber rights that it needs or the water for farmers?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for your question. I do just want to clarify what 30 by 30 is, and it doesn't mean a reduction in our natural resources. It doesn't mean a reduction in our water usage. 30 by 30 means that we are committed to protecting 30% of BC's land and water to conserve, to protect it. Science has shown us that in times of climate change, protecting 30% of our ecosystem is the bare minimum amount that we need to protect to just preserve the biodiversity that is in our province right now. So if we don't protect at least 30% of our land and water, we're going to start losing wildlife, birds, insects, bats, all those things that keep us healthy, right, and thriving. So that's what 30 by 30 is. And I really do want to make it clear that through our transparent and inclusive land use planning process with nations and with communities and with farmers and with industry, we decide which areas the communities and the farmers want to protect, what areas the farmers and the First Nations want to turn into a watershed to make sure that they have a sustainable and secure water source for decades and decades and decades to come. We talk to, the industry and recreational backcountry users to say, okay, this area is a forestry area, timber supply area. This area we're going to open up to mineral claims and staking and mining. This area we're going to conserve. This area is going to be a watershed area. It's not a government coming in and imposing and saying this is going to go where. This is the community deciding at at a ground level, like what's important to them. It's getting them around the table. I will say the government has been criticized in the past because it doesn't seem inclusive, right? And some people don't feel like they have had a voice at the table. It's why I decided to run for government, because it's important to me that we bring everybody's voice into this conversation. I'm guessing that's maybe why you ran too. So it's, you know, the more different voices we have at the table, the stronger the solution we're going to come up with, because it means we've looked at every angle and considered every possibility. So that's what we mean when we talk about land use planning. We do it together, and we do it from a very local level where farmers and the community and the public and backcountry users and industry and nations decide what's valuable and important to them, and then they do their best to create those land use plans to protect it.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. The reason that I bring that up, and it's good to hear you say that, because I love hearing transparency going forward, primarily in my region when it came to the caribou and some other projects, parkland being established, especially where there was timber sales that could have potentially come from those regions. There was no consultation with the taxpayer. One of the reasons that I live in my region, though I love it up there, was that you get to embrace nature, the outdoors, being able to go and do things. As that starts to become more limited or restricted, without that consultation done in place first, then it creates a lot of issues. And it actually, in all honesty, it's created a lot of division and racism. So I highly urge going forward that we can really embrace that inclusivity and communication between the government, between the First Nations, as well as between the locals that are living there, because I really believe that there has to be that balance. I've got one more question, and then I think it'll be my last one. Given the millions budgeted for water, fisheries, and coast, approximately 22.6 million net, can you identify the specific line items funding the scientific assessments used to justify recent groundwater restrictions on farmers? And if the science exists, it should be funded and traceable. If it doesn't, why is this ministry making major economic decisions without financially backing in the form of proper hydrological research, especially if we see taps getting turned off for farmers when they need it most? And right now, if we want to have our own infrastructure system and buy BC, we need to start prioritizing where we put our food supply and how we balance that with water sources and environmental concerns.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for your final question. I just want to put on the record here that the government recognizes and does prioritize food security. Similar to your point before, the Buy BC campaign, we need food security, we need food security, sustainability here in this province. Just this week, in a couple of days, actually, I'm meeting with the Premier's task force on agriculture and food security. And the first topic, and I was just looking for the agriculture minister, she's not here. The entire first session is all about water. So it's a priority for this government, and will continue absolutely to be a priority for the government. Last year, because of a better weather system, we got lucky, but there were still areas of drought throughout the province. We did not issue a single temporary protection order, meaning we did not have to turn off the taps anywhere. And much of that was due to the fact that we did so much engagement in areas that are facing drought, and that helps so much. Talking to people, letting them understand what they can do and what their options are in times of drought, using the water they absolutely need to use, not just the water they want to use. It goes a long, long, long way. What we're learning and what we're continuing to do and will always continue to do is when we do get hydrological data, we work with locals on their land and get their information and their expertise and their data, and together we can make good decisions on the land base in terms of water. Thank you.
Member?
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to the minister for the time and the answers, and I'm done for now.
Recognizing the leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, the member for Peace River North, for juggling North, right? Yeah, schedules and allowing me to fit this in. And I'm glad to be in this room. I went to the main chamber to start with, where we would have been at opposite ends. So this is much better. I'll just get started. My colleague, Saanich North and the Islands, has a couple of riding-specific questions that I will leave him to when he gets here. But I'll start with the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health Framework. 2023, the ministry released a draft of this framework and has yet to complete and release the finalized copy to the public. This final framework was set to be released in 2024, but was delayed until 2025. There doesn't seem to be any specific mention of it in the service plan or mandate letter. Can the minister provide a status update on the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health Framework, please, and can we expect to receive it completed and finalized this year?
Minister.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for your question, and welcome to the small room. It's nicer, I agree. The Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health Framework, which is part of the Old Growth Strategic Review and is a public commitment, really is, I think, the second recommendation from the Old Growth Strategic Review, and really talks about that paradigm shift that we have to create, valuing our earth worth more whole than extracted from. When we started working on the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health Framework, we received over 7,000 responses. People are deeply engaged in this and have deep feelings about this as well. And while we confirm the approach to advance the finalization of the framework, we will continue to work towards the protection and conservation of high priority habitats and ecosystems, and stewardship and improve stewardship outcomes that will help to break down historic barriers to success. There's still some folks who maybe don't see themselves. Okay.
Carry on, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
It's okay.
Time
Birch.
is-
It's all good.
I know it is still annoying. Thank you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we're absolutely still committed to it. We are still working on it. Well, we're still talking to different sectors and groups. I think what we have learned truly is that for a strategy and a framework to be successful, people have to feel felt and heard and feel like they have a voice at the table. And that is what we are still working on and working towards.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. This might be a similar answer, but I'm specifically on forest landscape plans, especially since you mentioned the Old Growth Strategic Review. It seems that the new forest landscape plans so far are not bound by that biodiversity and ecosystem health priority. Among their listed objectives, the first is to, quote, support the production and supply of timber. How does the ministry reconcile this gap and ensure that ecosystem health remains, or it becomes a priority?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. I don't want to answer anything in terms of forest landscape plans because that is not our mandate. That's the Ministry of Forestry mandate. But I do want to say a couple things about what we do with the Ministry of Forests. We do collaborate extremely closely with their ministry under the Old Growth Action Plan to build biodiversity values and landscape resilience. The biodiversity and ecosystem health framework, again, the prioritization there is that paradigm shift. And that is what we are absolutely committed to doing, is creating that paradigm shift. And that is going to take a bit more time.
Member.
Thank you. The BC government is responsible for special management of over 34 million hectares of habitat for at-risk species, yet not all of this area is considered critical habitat, and some does not meet the requirements for legal federal protection. As a result, some of this specially managed habitat allows for commercial logging. Would the minister please explain the purpose of special management of habitat for at-risk species and why there is not a better system for ensuring at-risk species are not threatened by industrial activities like commercial logging?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the question. Under the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health Framework, we manage, we are going to move towards managing by ecosystems and not by species. So that is what we're moving to. And we also have a variety of tools to protect habitat. And one of those tools is special management areas. And those special management areas have a range of restraints on industrial activity, for example. But it means that there may be some areas that we can do some industrial activity on, but they are still protecting that species or that species at risk. Those special management areas are different than how we designate, for example, parks and protected areas. But again, as we said under the Biodiversity and Ecosystem Health Framework, we are going to move to a place at a system where we start managing by ecosystems and not specific species by species.
Member.
Thank you. We'll move on to 30 by 30. The tripartite framework agreement on nature conservation was signed in November of 2023. It came after years of negotiations between federal, provincial government, and First Nations leadership. This long-awaited agreement lays out commitments to address threats to species early on by identifying and protecting critical habitat to prevent crisis-level population decline. However, the agreement itself isn't legally binding unless I'm incorrect. Laws and regulations that hold BC accountable for the commitments outlined in the agreement are essential to protect the health of our natural environment, yet the actual measures have yet to be implemented. Can the minister provide an update on implementing tripartite framework agreement on nature conservation?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the question. I do want to acknowledge, first of all, that this tripartite agreement was absolutely historic when we did sign it in 2023. It's the first of its kind, and many other jurisdictions around the world are now starting to emulate what we've created with the G to G to G agreement. You are correct, it is not legally binding. At any time, any of the partners can pull out of it. But when the now Prime Minister was campaigning in Victoria less than a month ago, he remade his commitment to 30 by 30. So I think we feel quite confident that we will continue in this process. We are held to account every year. We publish an update. It's on our website this past March, and it outlines the work we've taken up so far. The first year we really did establish what the process would be with our partners, but we will continue to update our progress every March.
Member.
Thank you. On the 30 by 30 commitment, that this year's service plan, ministry forecasts 20% of land protected this year. Subsequent year forecasts are to be determined. Can the minister provide a status update on 30 by 30? Does the minister foresee the province reaching this goal based on the current projections?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The short answer is yes, we are going to reach 30 by 2030. Currently, we have 19.9% of BC's lands and waters protected. That was an increase of 0.2% last year when we announced the protection of Clayoquot Sound and Clincesa. The numbers from previous years are TBD because through land use planning, we are creating areas that will be either conserved or protected or turned into a park. So those are areas that we have to work through with all of the stakeholders, including First Nations and farmers and industry and folks who live in the area and people who recreate in the backcountry. And it's through that process that we determine which areas that we're going to protect. So 19.9% protected. We have 10 million more hectares to protect that will bring us up to 30% by 2030. And my DM is not retiring until we get there, and she's definitely retiring soon. So we're going to get there.
Member.
Thank you. Just want to ask about OECMs in this calculation, other effective conservation measures. It's obviously important that protection efforts are expansive and also effective. OECMs are included in the, as far as I understand, are included in the calculations despite BC not meeting the international or Canadian standards for OECM accounting outlined in the Canadian Decision Support Tool. For 30 by 30, it's crucial that these protections are strong. Can the minister explain how OECMs account towards 30 by 30 when, according to the federal government standards, they do not count?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. So OECM's other effective conservation measures are one of two internationally recognized categories of land use that can count towards 30% conservation. The federal government certainly is counting it towards 30% conservation. They are protected areas that are geographically defined, that are specifically established to provide biodiversity conservation. They are geographically defined areas that are not specifically established to provide conservation, but are managed such that conservation is achieved. And they were first recognized by the Convention on Biological Diversity back in 2010. They were formally defined by the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity in 2018 as well. So if we do want to break it down, BC right now has 15.6% as protected areas. That's park or conservancy or federal park. We have 4.1% of lands and waters as an OECM and other effective conservation measure. But we are also working at looking at other ways to designate. But currently, that's the breakdown, and we do include it in our 30 by 30.
Member.
Thank you. In the current year service plan, the ministry outlines its focus on advancing and modernizing land use planning for sustainable natural resource development through partnership with First Nations and engagement with community, industry, and local governments. How does the ministry plan to prioritize and integrate climate change considerations into land use planning projects and ensure that, quote, positive economic benefits of conservation efforts, end quote, do not compromise effective climate policy?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for the question. The short answer is climate change, yes, is absolutely 100% a consideration of all of our land use planning. In fact, Cabinet has set the fight against climate change as one of several criteria to get a mandate to complete a land use plan. So it's one of the criteria for even kickstarting a land use plan in an area. And you know, it could be argued that land use planning is one of the best ways to help fight climate change, because protecting nature is one of the best defenses against climate change. So creating areas or zones where areas will be protected, that could even, you know, not necessarily be areas of high biodiversity value, but it could be areas for First Nations of high cultural value. And that brings health and well-being, knowing that those areas are safe. So we look at the socioeconomic impact, one of the key elements as well of whether or not a land use plan proceeds. And all of those things are taken into account. And it is, I think, land use planning helps communities fight climate change better, because they can help to create values and agree on what their priorities are in certain areas. And climate change may not always be a top priority in every certain land use plan, but it is certainly a top consideration.
Member.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, thank you to the Minister for that. Similar line, but asking about long-term land use objectives and direction of stewardship that the ministry plans to advance. Specifically, what does the ministry foresee, quote, predictability for economic activities looking like in relation to overall land use planning?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. So land use planning has multiple objectives. It outlines what can take place where on a landscape. So that includes, for example, what type of development, what type of recreation, what type of industry, what type of backcountry use. And once you predict what can happen where on a landscape, permitting speeds up. The Premier says this all the time. It's a false choice to say it's either about the environment or about the economy. It's about both when we can place value on what we can do where, and it's agreed to by the entire community in an area, then it creates predictability and certainty for people, and it helps. Another one of what my ministry is responsible for, the transformation and expediting of permitting.
Recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have three questions. The first question relates to docks in the Southern Gulf Islands. And I'll provide a bit of background, Madam Chair, and then I'll go to the question. On August 25th, 2021, approximately 3.5 years ago, shortly after a moratorium on docks in the Southern Gulf Islands had been implemented, the Ministry of Forest Lands and Natural Resources, which at the time was responsible for permitting, contacted a company that deals with docks in the Southern Gulf Islands, and for points of clarification, point out the prohibition does not affect any applications that have already been submitted, and we will continue to work on the 15 high priorities files as well as the remainder of the applications that you've submitted. Then at that time there was over 80 applications, some of which had been submitted since 2017 that this email suggested would be processed, yes or no. And then last year in estimates, Minister Nathan Cullen was asked a few questions about...
Member, if I can just remind
Yep.
you. Oh, it's a former member. All right, I stand corrected. Thank you so much.
Former member asked questions about the issue, and there was quite an extensive discussion about getting on and dealing with these dock applications, some of which were at that stage 7 years waiting to see if their dock would be approved or not. And then here we are in 2025, and there's a few developments, and there's certainly been an effort by the ministry to deal with this, but still there has been no meeting with the 800 waterfront owners who formed an organization, Southern Gulf Islands, for collaboration reconciliation. There's been meeting with a representative, but not the whole group. Consultation on the applications and how to deal with future applications has not really got underway. The former MLA mentioned to me just the other day that there has not been any consultation yet with the Wasanich nations. And here we are. We're coming up to August of this year when the moratorium was due to come off, and there's over 80 applications that aren't processed where the commitment was made they'd be processed, and yes or no consultation, the whole 9 yards. And then there's the whole issue of dock management generally in the Southern Gulf. And the last thing landowners, First Nations in the riding want is to have a Pender Harbor situation arise. And this has been Minister and Deputy, the ministry's been very good about, yeah, we realize there's an issue, but on the ground, as of today, there are some very frustrated landowners, some very frustrated First Nations. And my question, I'll get to the question, Rob. My question through Madam Chair to the Minister is, how does the ministry see getting this addressed both the backlog of over 80 applications and renewals, and the more generally the dock management plan that for the Southern Gulf Islands.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Member, for your question. So we'll give you the latest numbers that we have. So 89 applications for renewals, 76 applications for new docks, 5 applications for boat access docks. So we've actioned all of these applications out for referral with the other agencies that we need to send them to, including Environment Canada, DFO, and one other, which I now just forget. Transport Canada, thank you. All but 25 of those applications have been responded to, but we are sending the ones that have been responded to the nations for consultation. So that's the latest update for you. We are also collaborating with the Cowichan Nation to conduct an assessment of the cumulative impacts of private moorage in the Southern Gulf Islands, including ecological, archaeological, economic, and cultural values. The geographic scope of the study aligns with the boundaries of the current Land Act. Prohibition on new private moorage application and includes the Southern Gulf Islands and some of the Southeast Vancouver Island as well. As part of the study, a desktop assessment will be completed to determine the location and size of private moorage that have been built in the study area, and the results from this study will be published this fall.
Member.
Madam Chair, follow-up question for the minister. Twofold. So that means that the moratorium will be extended again, is the first question. It's in the form of a question. Does that mean the moratorium will be extended once again? And then the second question is, at what point will the senior public servant responsible for this work actually meet with the landowners to discuss and invite their participation in this process? I'm very concerned as the MLA for this riding that without that happening, there's a very real risk that the acquiescence or support or patience of landowners, some of who have been waiting a long time on both fronts, what's the future policy going to be and so on, will feel that they're not directly involved in the process. And so so my second question is, at what point will the waterfront owners in this organization, Southern Gulf Islands for Collaboration and Reconciliation, be fully briefed?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the follow-up question. I think that this issue is near and dear to both of our hearts. And so I absolutely understand the frustration and the length of time it's taken. Coming from Pender Harbor and seeing what happened was the reason I decided to run in this election, because it divided our nation in such an unnecessary way that it's important that we get this right. So a couple points for you. We have made no determination yet on the moratorium at all. But I have asked my staff to reach out to speak to the dock owners. And we need to reach out and obviously speak with the nations as well. So we will be doing that. And I wish I could give you a date right now, but I can't. But I do promise you we can continue to talk about this, and we can keep the pressure on to move this forward in a way that does not increase the frustrations any more than they are right now. Thanks.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the helpful answer. Obviously, just filling that void with a meeting will be enormously helpful, I think, in creating the additional time needed to work through this in a collaborative way. I have my second to last question involves another issue on Main Island, which is fallow deer. And Main Island has been struggling with the fallow deer problem, as you know, probably better than most, since the 1990s, and it was ultimately a BC permit that resulted in the introduction of fallow deer, and somebody that we'll never know who opened up the fences, and now there's fallow deer all over the island. And I make light of it, but it's a huge problem in terms of the impact it's had on the ecosystems. And so I wondered if, through the chair, if the minister could provide us with an update on progress since last year and what steps are underway this year.
Minister.
Thank you so much, and thank you, member. We actually could not find that specific briefing note, which is why this took us a little bit longer. Urban deer are a challenging issue everywhere, and you're right. I have been specifically aware of the urban deer issue on Maine for a long time. We are working closely with the First Nation and Capital Regional District, as well with the Maine Island Fallow Deer Committee, and they actually have developed a plan recently, which we have said we're very interested in, and interested in working with them on. But other things that we have done in the meantime, obviously, there's so much private land on Maine, not a lot of crown land. So developing partnership between hunters and private landowners and First Nations harvesters, so we can go in and use that meat when we do harvest it, and work with private landowners and hunters who are willing to come in and try to reduce the population of the urban deer as well. But again, I'm also I am more than happy to keep you informed every time that we do meet and make some progress, and so we can ensure that we can tackle this together.
Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you, Minister. I think just as a observation, I think over the course of this summer, it would be really beneficial to see if we can organize a joint meeting on Main Island to sort of bring residents, summer and permanent, up to speed, and just sort of consolidate the understanding of the path forward. My final question relates to the Baker Beach project on Salt Spring Island, and your ministry is currently considering approving major modifications to a half-kilometer of the very special Baker Beach shoreline on Salt Spring Island, with the intent of reducing erosion of waterfront properties. Over 1,300 Salt Spring Islanders have signed a petition expressing concerns regarding this proposed project. This shoreline is extensively used by the public, has sensitive marine ecosystems, including rare habitat for the spawning grounds of plain-finned midshipman fish. They will be negatively impacted by the placement of 85 truckloads of boulders and gravel and other mitigation measures. Residents have expressed great concern to me as recently as last Friday and on occasions before that, regarding the independence of the engineering assessment, when it is apparently the company that will do the mitigation work, in other words, the contract for the 85 truckloads of rock and fill and boulders, who selected the engineers to evaluate this proposed solution versus other less impactful, less affecting the ecosystem and the marine habitat solutions. Additionally, there's been no report or public release of any information on engagement and consultation with First Nations on whose land this work will be undertaken. And I believe in the case of Salt Spring, well, I know for a fact in the case of Pender Island, there's 14 First Nations that have an interest. I'm not sure about Salt Spring, but it would be at least 14. So through you, Madam Speaker, to the Madam Chair, to the Minister, two questions. What funding is in this year's budget to ensure that the process for considering this permit approval will be open, transparent, thorough, and will ensure the coastal engineer who reviews the proposal is qualified, truly independent, and is acceptable to all who will be impacted by this decision? I can't emphasize enough that often in these types of processes and challenging decisions, the selection of the engineer. If the engineer is well respected by all sides, then the result will be respected. So that's my first part of the question. The second part is when this process for decision-making is drawn into question, there needs to be a real assurance that the consultation with First Nations has been very, very meaningful, so that when ultimately this issue gets to a resolution, it doesn't end up in the courts. So those are my two questions: the status and outlook of First Nations consultation on this matter, and my earlier question regarding the integrity of the process for the engineering review.
Remember that while you're speaking, if you could stay standing, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you so much for the question. So a couple things here. The province really, it's in our best interest to ensure a durable decision, always, always, always. And part of that is meaningful consultation with First Nations, and also having confidence in the qualified professional who is doing the assessment as part of the application. We are going to have to get back to you with the specifics because we're not aware of the Baker Beach erosion project on Salt Spring. But if we're talking about Crown land here, then there is a website called Application Comments and Reasons for Decision, where the public is invited to provide comments, and that goes towards informing the decision for permitting. But again, if we want more specific answers to this specific case, then we can definitely follow up.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the answer. Perhaps then we could have a follow-up discussion. Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I ask the minister if they would like to make any closing remarks.
Thank you so much, Chair. I don't. Is there something I have to say, or?
Nope.
Okay.
That's fine.
Perfect.
For, shall vote 46 pass. Aye. Motion is carried. Thank you, members. We will now take a 5-minute recess. My watch says 6:22. So if I'm going to be very kindly, if everybody could be back at 6:30, please, and the next minister will be ready to go at that time, I'm sure. Thank you so much. We are in recess. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. I call the Committee of Supply, Section A, to order. We are here today to consider the budget estimates of the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that a sum not exceeding $5,747,116,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction Ministry operations to March 31st, 2026.
Thank you. And Minister, do you have any opening remarks?
I do, thank you. We are all better off in a province where we take care of each other, a province where people can afford to follow their dreams with the services and supports that they need to survive and thrive. That's why we introduced our first poverty reduction strategy, and that's what the plan has been about since the beginning. And the latest available data shows us that there were 161,000 fewer people living in poverty in 2023 than there were in 2016. So we know we've been making progress. But global inflation and the terribly increased cost of living has been especially hard on people who are already struggling, and so we know there is more to do. Last spring, we updated our poverty reduction legislation, paving the way for the new 2024 poverty reduction strategy. In it, we set new tenure targets to reduce poverty by 60% for all people, 75% for children, and 50% for seniors by 2034. The new strategy was built on the advice of over 10,000 people around the province who told us what would make a real difference in reducing poverty. And it's especially meaningful that 70% of those who loaned us their ideas identified as having lived experience with poverty. Our ministry has helped people in BC with many challenges over the past year, from climate emergencies like fires and floods to global inflation and the high cost of living. For example, people facing complex barriers have the supports that they need on their pathway to work through new community-based employment services, a new employment program that we have launched in 6 communities. We have thousands of people overcoming barriers to work with skills training. This is aided in part by our 102 Work BC centres across the province. Also, we're working with our Provincial Accessibility Advisory Committee on BC's first ever accessibility standards to remove barriers for people with disabilities. Also, we've helped people access fresh, nutritious food in their community through hundreds of food security projects we are supporting to help meet rising demand. Also, our Community Integration Specialist program continues to make a difference for the most vulnerable people. Just this past year, 38,000 people have had help from a community integration specialist in 146 different communities. This impactful program has grown over the last 2 years, starting with 73 community integration specialists 2 years ago to now over 187 throughout BC. Those are just some examples of the ways that we have been investing and working together to make lives better for people. This year's budget is about investing in critical public services to meet growing demand, putting people first as we build a stronger future. It reflects our commitment to maintain the services that people rely on, and also addresses caseload pressures at a time that is really difficult for people not just in BC but across the country. 2025 budget highlights include on income and disability assistance, an investment of $1.6 billion over 3 years to support increased need for income, disability, and supplementary assistance. This, we expect, will help more than 250,000 more people. In the CLBC category, right now CLBC supports more than 29,000 people every year, and the number of people needing services is growing. And that's why this year's budget provides an additional $380 million over 3 years to CLBC to help in those increased demands. To conclude, we're working to build a province where everyone feels safe, welcome, and included in their communities, where people can find and get the help that they need, and where income disability assistance is accessible and inclusive. We know more needs to be done at this challenging time, and I'm confident that together we can continue making a difference for some of the most vulnerable people in our province. With that, Madam Chair, I welcome questions from my opposition critic. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Chair. Thank you to the Minister as well. I wanted just to introduce myself because we haven't really had much chance to chat, and I thought you might be interested to know, and some members of the gallery might also be interested to know that for the first 5 years of my life after high school, I actually worked as a care aide in a Community Living BC group home, and it was an honor and a privilege, and honestly really affected my life in a really good way. I got to be part of when they were downsizing. The government at the time was taking children and adults out of small institutions and putting them into group homes. And I actually got to witness teenagers and children who grew like a foot or a foot and a half in a year because of getting extra time, attention, and care. So I do think what we're doing, social development and poverty reduction, is a really important ministry and a really valuable ministry. And so with that, I'm gonna now be really mean and grill you. Sorry, not really. So I'm going to start with Community Living BC, and it's a Crown agency mandated to provide support and services to adults with developmental disabilities, autism spectrum disorder, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, all the things. And its mission is to facilitate the full participation of these individuals in their communities. We all heard the devastating story of Florence Gerard's death, and the coroner's inquest had 15 recommendations to the ministry. Can the minister confirm whether she's moving forward with these recommendations, which ones, and what are the timelines for implementing all 15 recommendations, and which ones are addressed in this budget?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member, and thank you for the introduction, too. It's really helpful to know where you come from. The very quickest and shortest answer is this coroner's inquest recommendations are under very active consideration. We're going to have news very soon on that, but I'm not going to be able to answer today. I'm not going to preempt the decisions that the CLBC board will make and some of the other ministries. But again, very happy to sit with the member when we do have the response. Of course, we take it extremely seriously, and very detailed work is happening right now. But to back up a little bit, no one in British Columbia could not be affected and horrified by the criminal act against Florence Gerard in 2018.
horrifying, a vulnerable person not cared for in the way that she should have been, and a horrible death that should never have happened. Very glad that the person who was supposed to be caring for her was found criminally responsible, and then also grateful that at the time of that death in 2018, that CLBC started right away to make transformations and learned right away from the death of Florence Gerard. And we then also benefited from audit of the Provincial Auditor General that happened in the 2018-2019 year. And so we haven't been waiting for this coroner's inquest in order to start the work. So since 2018, CLBC has significantly improved training standards and policies for home sharing and tools to allow for more comprehensive monitoring. Also, agencies that contract home sharing providers must now visit those homes at least once every 3 months. Also, new monitoring has been put in place to ensure that supported individuals have a personal plan that addresses health care planning and that a doctor's visit takes place at least once a year. Also, CLBC added $1.5 million to put in place better monitoring and tracking oversight systems within CLBC, and also hired 12 new staff to do that work. Also, strengthened tools to improve monitoring and outcomes, as well as tracking service providers' response to any deficiencies. Also, improved critical incident tracking, training, and follow-up. Also, increased payments paid to service providers for home sharing coordination to $34 million. That CLBC investment funds approximately 200 full-time positions or 7,000 home share coordinator hours per year. Then, following that work by CLBC, or those improvements came after CLBC's home sharing program audit was conducted by the Provincial Auditor General for the 2018-19 year. The Auditor General made 5 important recommendations to enhance services and ensure sustainability. CLBC has completed 4 of the 5 and is very close to completing the 5th of those recommendations. So to me, as the person responsible, ultimately, but CLBC operating as its own Crown agency, both the aftermath of the terrible death in 2018, the advice of the Auditor General, that's a significant bundle of the work that's been done. And then now we have, in addition, the coroner's inquest recommendations, which, as I said, I'm very happy to let the member know as soon as CLBC and the other ministries have completed their work on responding to the coroner. Thank you.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. So just to clarify then, there's 15 recommendations from the coroner's inquest, and then there was other previous recommendations, 4 out of 5 implemented, the 5th one on its way. So this budget doesn't directly reflect any of the 15, but some were underway already. Is that, I just want to get clarity, and then maybe this is something we can talk about in more detail.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, the member's correct. The work that I just described is all already funded. The coroner's inquest recommendations came out after budget this year. And so yes, the budget that you see before you is about expanded caseload and past work that was already committed to and already covered in our budget.
Kelowna Centre.
All right, well, speaking of expanded caseload, CLBC's caseload is growing at 5% annually, more than triple the provincial population growth rate. Can the minister explain what is driving this outsized growth and whether the ministry has validated those projections independently? Obviously, we can't have a key social care cost center for the province growing faster than population growth and the broader economy.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the member for the question. So I am told that the profile that we are seeing with the increased caseload growth for the CLBC population is consistent with what other jurisdictions are experiencing. The really good news is that adults with developmental disabilities are living longer lives. They are living in a better place. They are getting better health care. They have longer lifespans than was traditionally. And unlike people who might be on income assistance or on disability assistance, CLBC clients are part of our caseload, part of the CLBC family for all of their lives. And that's my quick answer, and I'm very happy to dive deeper if the member wishes.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So with a budget allocation for 2025-26 now exceeding 1.8 billion, can the minister table the percentage of CLBC's budget allocated to direct services versus admin costs and executive compensation?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The CLBC's 25-26 budget is directed toward improving the quality of life for the individuals that it serves. Over 93%, which equals 1.73 billion, of the projected budget is allocated directly to funded services that support and enhance daily living and community inclusion, while the remaining portion is invested in the systems, the oversight, and the quality assurance functions that ensure that services are safe, effective, and continuously improving.
Kelowna Centre.
CLBC service providers are experiencing funding shortfalls that result in service gaps, staff burnout, or reduced hours for individuals. Has the ministry conducted a survey of service quality and satisfaction in the past year?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So CLBC meets and consults regularly with sector groups like the BC CEO Network, the Federation of Community Social Services of BC, and I meet with those two groups often. I'm very grateful for the direct advice that they give me about the challenges that they face in the field. And then CLBC also meets with the Provincial Association of Residential and Community Agencies. So all these meetings help CLBC understand service provider issues, impacts of recruitment and retention challenges, and consider potential solutions. So some of in response to the service provider feedback, especially regarding the inflationary administrative cost pressures, here I'm going to give a list of ways that we've intervened and responded. CLBC allocated $12.1 million in its 24-25 budget to adjust the admin rate in all service provider programs to 10% starting April 1. That additional investment has helped service providers have a more robust infrastructure that improves hiring and retention strategies across the sector. In 23-24, $3 million of additional funding on a one-time only basis to eligible service providers to address administrative cost pressures. A total of 244 service providers benefited from that one-time funding. In 22-23, a $500,000 funding grant to the BC CEO Network for a marketing campaign to increase awareness of career opportunities in the community living sector and to support service providers in recruiting skilled and dedicated staff. That campaign is still active. In 21-22 and 22-23, $0.25 million to the Family Support Institute to improve the support worker central portal that assists individuals and families who use individualized funding to recruit support workers. And in 24-25, the FSI, Family Support Institute, received another $117,000 for the support worker central portal. All of these intended to keep good workers where they are, to bring more people into the sector and address the pressures in the example that the member gave, but certainly pressures that are felt in the social service sector across the whole continuum of service provision. Thank you, Chair.
Kelowna Centre.
So is the ministry tracking the wait list or unmet need for services among eligible adults with developmental disabilities? How many individuals are technically eligible but receiving no or only partial services due to capacity or funding limits? And kind of a part two to this question, given the projected client population will nearly double over the next 2 decades, does the minister have a long-term fiscal plan to accommodate this growth without crowding out other social services?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So CLBC has got policies and tools to support fair and consistent decision-making about the types and levels of CLBC-funded services for eligible individuals. One example is the Guide to Support Allocation tool, which helps assess areas and levels of disability-related needs. CLBC also assesses the urgency of an individual's needs using a priority ranking tool. Several factors, such as the capacity of the person's support network, their natural support of family and friends to support the person's inclusion in the community, and/or extenuating complex care or mental health issues. These are all taken into consideration. So service requests that cannot be immediately funded are tracked through the request for service list. CLBC prioritizes those requests to ensure that those with the most urgent needs receive services as soon as possible. The CLBC immediately provides the most newly eligible people and their families $350 to $700 per month in individual and family wellness funding that provides flexibility to address their wellness needs in a way that works most effectively for their specific situation. And then the ministry and CLBC continue to work together to find solutions to address ongoing service demand in a measured, responsible, and sustainable manner. As of December 31st of this year, just finished, there were 4,106 people with requests for new or increased service in CLBC's request for service list. Of those, 3,334 are already receiving some CLBC-funded supports, and 772 were waiting for a particular service. Our fiscal 24-25 year-to-date saw, and that's again to December, that saw 2,753 people receiving new or enhanced services, down 172 from the previous year. That was a 5.9% decrease. Then for our 25-26 budget year, CLBC is receiving a $137.4 million funding lift for 25-26, which includes $126.7 million for service provision growth and $10.7 million for service provider and CLBC staffing costs under the shared recovery mandate and the community social service wage mandate.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. So I'm not sure if you answered the question about the client population, the demand doubling over the next 2 decades and a plan to accommodate that. But I did get that there's 772 people on the waiting list and that we've served 3,334. So thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. So I don't think the member quite captured the summary of waiting list, but I think Hansard will show what I said. But this year's budget was designed, and I pursued the budget in response to the people that were on our list. We reevaluate that every year and return into the budget process to accommodate caseload pressures. That's in response to the long-term plan question.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. Has the ministry conducted a full value for money audit of CLBC within the past 5 years? If not, will it commit to one this fiscal year, given the rapid expansion of funding and caseloads?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So value for money is not a question that we ask when it comes to providing service for people with developmental disabilities and their families. But we do, as a ministry, work very closely with CLBC, very concerned that people get the care that they need. And then, of course, the recommendations of the coroner's report also will be, particular focus and will, always reevaluating whether we are providing support in the very best way, in the way that meets people's needs. I think maybe the way that I would come at the member's question, just to the extent that it's helpful, CLBC has a strategic plan that guides it. That's a matter of public record. CLBC's board of directors is legislatively directed around making sure that there are families, that there are people receiving service, that there is an Indigenous voice. That's legislation that we brought in to the House just last year or maybe 2 years ago. This board governs CLBC in a manner consistent with the mandate that CLBC is given by me and by Cabinet. And that guides implementation of CLBC's service delivery model. And then I'm just going to only touch on these really quickly because this isn't directly what the member asked, but just to say that the community councils that guide, in every corner of the province that guide CLBC's work, our provincial advisory committee made up of board-appointed individuals and family members from each of the 12 CLBC community councils, the Indigenous Advisory Committee, and then CLBC's, well, altogether, the advisory committee, the community councils, the Indigenous Advisory Committee, and then the board itself bring the perspective of the people that we serve into focus. I get to hear directly from them in many cases, the board chair and board members, let alone senior leadership, are very much guided, continually informed by people that have that are in the direct interface of service provision and need, and that's our North Star more than anything for the work that we do.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just focusing on Community Living BC, just for a few moments, I want to thank my colleague for the time here. The minister talks about service delivery and the importance of that, and I firmly agree with that. But just in terms of, I'm just going to dive into executive compensation for a minute, specifically with the CEO. So we see here on the summary compensation table, 21-22 salary is over $250,000. 22-23. 255, just over $255,000. Total compensation 2023-2024, I would categorize it a dramatic increase up to $310,000, a little bit over that. So was that, in that $310,000, I noticed that on this, it says all performance-based increases were postponed until after the collective agreement ratification. The $310,000 salary, is that including retroactive bonuses that the CEO got? Can the minister clarify that number?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm told that, yes, there was 2 years retroactive bundled into that, that 1 year. PSEC sets the guidelines for executive compensation, and then the CLBC board implements those guidelines.
Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did the minister approve, or the minister in the chair at the time, approve a performance-based increase of 5% effective April 1st, 2023?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's a board decision.
Surrey White Rock.
Thank you. It says actually in the document that I've got in front of me, I can table it. It says a minister approved performance-based increase of 5% effective April 1st, 2023. So it doesn't say a board decision, it says it's a minister decision. Was the minister incorrect, or am I incorrect, or is the document incorrect in that?
Minister.
Thank you to the member. Yeah, fair point. The PSEC sets the guidelines, board implements it, and asks me to sign off on their decision.
Surrey White Rock.
Thanks for the clarification. And then on that day too, April 1st would have been a good day to be the CEO of CLBC, because car allowance went from $580 to $1,000 monthly. And we've talked about the affordability crisis that we're all in. We see record lines at the food banks right now. In my community, I know we do. And we have a CEO getting an increase of a car allowance from $580 to $1,000 monthly, when I actually have constituents that are sleeping in their cars, if they're lucky enough to have one. And we are giving $1,000 a month to a CEO who is making in excess of well over $300,000. And does the minister feel that that is appropriate? When we have people that are struggling to get basic transportation or get their needs met, that this government feels it appropriate to increase, number one, the minister signs off on a 5% bonus, and then we see a car allowance for a CEO, taxpayer funded, from $580 to $1,000 per month. Must be a nice car. But does the minister think, out of all the stress that we are seeing right now on the system, that the priority of government is a car allowance for somebody making over $300,000? How can the minister actually justify that?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Because this is estimates, I'm not going to respond to the members' debate. That's something fair we can take up in question period. I'll just say the technical answer is effective April 1st, 2023, there was an amendment to the BC Public Service Schedule number 6 on executive vehicles of the terms and conditions for excluded employees and appointees. That increased the vehicle allowance amount from $580 to $1,000. This permits CEOs of all Crown corporations in BC who are currently in receipt of a vehicle allowance to receive the additional amount, which did result in a 2.3% increase to total compensation for CLBC's CEO and all Crown Corporation CEOs. This was a PSEC decision or allocation that is not exclusive to CLBC.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. Our poverty and deprivation issues seem to be getting worse, and that problem is shifting to middle-income individuals and households. Anecdotally, I've been hearing from my constituents in the Okanagan and across the province that there's lots of two-income families using the food bank, struggling with accessing healthy food and affording shelter and transport for their family. According to the 2021 census data, the median total household income in Kelowna after tax is about $73,000, while two-bedroom apartment rents are approximately $2,200 and three-bed houses are $3,000. It's just housing, not transport, not cars, not gas, not kids programs. Hardworking, employed individuals and families cannot keep their head above water, let alone get ahead. So there's many social assistance programs, and they're designed for the unemployed or disabled, so many people, but they're leaving the working poor with limited support. Are there plans to expand eligibility for assistance programs to include low to middle income working families who are struggling financially?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think as the members well aware, the investments that our government ministry-wide has been making, whether that's childcare or affordable housing or the BC family benefit, is all intended to get at the population that you described, and we absolutely have more to do. But in answer to the member's question about this budget and my ministry, no, there's no increase in this year's budget that would expand eligibility for income or disability assistance beyond the criteria that are currently set. But anybody who is asking or is watching and is having a challenge making ends meet, it makes a lot of sense to go to your MLA office or go to an SDPR office, and you've got online functions, interfaces. It may well be that constituents are eligible for services that they have that they're unaware of. So it's certainly worth an ask. And because we're around the tax time, really encourage people to file their taxes. We've had some really inspiring stories about people getting eligibility for both federal and provincial benefits that for those middle income families that they really did end up ahead, again, if they file taxes. And we do have organizations that are helping. If people are having a challenge filing taxes, then it really can make a big difference. And we're there to offer to support.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. Minister, your ministry will spend nearly $5.75 billion this year. That's over $1,000 per resident of British Columbia and roughly $1,500 per taxpayer. And yet I'm hearing from these two-income households in the Okanagan and Kelowna and Vernon who are using food banks because they can't make ends meet. Can the minister explain why the province is extracting record levels of taxes from British Columbians but is struggling to deliver basic affordability for the people paying the bills?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll I'll speak generally about a couple of areas that I think speak to the member's question, and really happy to go into more detail if the member seeks. The increased caseload as a result of all kinds of economic pressures for the lowest income people. We've already talked about that lift in caseload because more people are getting support. We have also, again, as I alluded, referenced in the previous answer, unprecedented investments for British Columbia, in British Columbia people, whether that's childcare, BC Family Benefit, expanded affordable housing, rent supplements. Again, not inside my ministry, but certainly affect people that are struggling with affordability. We've increased income assistance and disability assistance rates 5 times over the course of our government, responding to what we heard from people that they needed more help given the cost of living. And again, these are the most low-income people that we're describing, but it has been a significant expansion and a significant increase, the largest in British Columbia's history after, in many cases, a decade plus of having frozen rates. And an area that I would be very happy to canvass with the member, which is really in many ways the most encouraging for me, are the investments that my ministry has made in employment training and job readiness supports for people who have faced barriers, people who wish to be in the workforce but just need a little bit of an extra lift to get there. So whether that is investments that we've made in newcomer or immigrants' first language to be able to train them up for a job interview and then support them in their first weeks or months on the job, so that people not only retain jobs, not only obtain jobs, but also retain them. In some cases, investing in, if the barrier is people's remoteness from training location and they just can't get that next better paying job because they can't afford to take the time off and get trained. We've got programs that can pay for both the training but also pay a training wage. I've heard wonderful stories from people whose lives have really been changed by that. Then they are on their own, they're able to get that better paying job. And then for the people that have been struggling the very most, whether that we've had some pilot projects we've been working on with embedding employment training into bed-based addiction treatment, recognizing that if somebody during the course of their addiction counseling also is learning about getting a new job, they can be hired into their first job while they're still in bed-based treatment. As they exit residential treatment, you can imagine that someone with a full-time job, the confidence, the security, let alone a new set of friends and community, all of these are therapeutic in one way or another, and that's perhaps the highest impact area for the kind of constituent that the member is describing, and be very happy to canvass that more extensively with the member if she wishes.
Kelowna Centre.
So does the minister acknowledge that British Columbia's so-called poverty strategy is becoming a full-blown poverty industry, where billions in taxpayer dollars go into a growing bureaucracy while middle-class families are left behind, resentful and increasingly impoverished themselves? Whereas the support for the family making $75,000 but paying $36,000 in rent and watching their grocery bills, fuel bills, and taxes go up, while this ministry expands its internal operations by double digits.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to think that the member would be reassured to know that the vast, vast majority of the budget for which I'm seeking support here goes directly into individuals' bank accounts and is spent in the local economy, in local businesses, to landlords. This is not building bureaucracy. This is helping people who need an extra financial lift to not be in the deepest poverty and to not be in a desperate circumstance. And we know that the lowest income people are the biggest proportionate spenders of their income. I've listed already for the member the cross-government investments, and you see them outlined in our poverty reduction strategy from last year. It's not only paying disability assistance and income assistance for people that need it right now, but across government. It is childcare. It is building affordable housing. It is investing. It is paying tuition for youth formerly in foster care, so that they can get that next job and move on in their life. Across government, we are making investments that benefit families and that are good for the economy, let alone good for people. If the member wants more details on that, then she can canvass my fellow ministers that are delivering those programs for middle-income people.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. Food bank usage in BC has reached historic highs. According to Food Banks Canada, over 225,000 visits are made to food banks each month, a dramatic increase from just a few years ago. 1 in 3 of these visits is by a child. Many food banks across the province report a surge in working families, seniors on fixed incomes, and students relying on emergency food support. Community organizations say this could be described as a full-blown hunger crisis, not just a temporary bump. Through the speaker to the minister, this ministry is spending over $5.75 billion this year. How do you explain the fact that over 225,000 people in BC, many of them working now, rely on food banks each month? And how is it possible that hunger is growing in a province with one of the largest social development budgets in Canada?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the why is that the cost of food in BC has increased by 19% from 2021 to 24. And this is certainly a North American phenomenon. And yes, it has led to increases in food bank use. It's a key challenge, food insecurity. For many people living in BC, it has become certainly more pressing with the impacts of global inflation. Food insecurity was a key theme in the consultation that we did in 2023, province-wide, which informed the renewal of the poverty reduction strategy, which we published in 2024. And addressing food insecurity is also one of the critical action areas in the 2024 poverty reduction strategy, because the demand has been so intense, and because we want everybody to have access to fresh and nutritious food. My ministry's invested over $66 million in food security initiatives since 2019, including over $50 million in 2023 to strengthen food banks. That was multi-year funding, some of which is still rolling out now. This also impacted, the funding that we provided impacted food distribution and food access, food security infrastructure, for example, greenhouses and smokehouses. So it's not only support that goes to purchase food and help food banks and food serving organizations meet the immediate need, but also when communities have sought it out, then food security as they define it. And it's been very encouraging to see some of those projects roll out, which is certainly going to make a difference to people.
Kelowna Centre.
What is the ministry doing specifically to address the surge in food bank usage among employed middle-income families, those who earn too much to qualify for income assistance but too little to keep up with food and rent? Does the minister acknowledge the safety net is failing an entire class of working British Columbians?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The investments that we made in food security and money that continues to roll out doesn't have any screen around people's income level. These are for the benefit of all British Columbians. For example, we supported the purchase of the Mustard Seed Food Distribution Centre in Victoria, and that is a place where school lunch food programs, which are available to everybody in the Victoria School District, where those lunches are made, in many cases from donated rescued food from grocery stores or shipping companies. We also funded United Way BC to establish food hubs in many communities throughout British Columbia. Food hubs, again, link together community organizations, service providers. It could be seniors, it could be school-aged children, it could be youth, household food insecurity, the Food Link app, which again connects people who need food delivered to them or need to pick up food. There's no income screen on any of that. And the investments we made in food security are intended for any British Columbian who's in need.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. So I just wanted to go to make a point, and I'm going to move on. In the mandate letter, it says that that every minister was given. It says that we're going to grow the economy by creating good jobs across British Columbia. We will collaborate with businesses, workers, and communities to attract investments in both new and traditional sectors, as well as emerging sectors of the economy. This approach will bring certainty for business, security for workers, and generate the wealth needed to support the essential services British Columbians rely on. And I just feel like we're failing British Columbians, and this isn't a knock on the minister or the ministry, just an overall kind of commentary on, I grew up in this province, I love this province, and my understanding was that I would, that most people could grow up in this province, get a good job, and be able to afford their groceries, and I feel like we're failing on that front. No, we don't grow up hoping that the food bank will be there for us. That's not the British Columbian dream, if you will. So I am going to move on to persons with disabilities and temporary income assistance. And my colleague here just pointed out that there was a car allowance to the tune of $1,000. Meanwhile, the support allowance and that's monthly, for a single person with disability recipient is $983.50 per month. Has the ministry conducted an updated cost of living analysis to determine if this amount meets basic needs given current inflation and MBM poverty thresholds?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So since we came into government in 2017, the rate for a single person has, for income assistance, has increased by $450 a month. So that's an increase of 74% for income assistance and 51% for disability assistance. In comparison, inflation has increased by 24% during that same time. That cumulative rate increase of 74% is made up of 2023 shelter rate increase, which was an increase of $125 per case per month. Also in that year, we brought in a minimum shelter allowance of $75 per month for a single person as part of our government's homelessness strategy. In 2021, both income assistance and disability assistance support rates were increased by $175 per month per eligible adult. In 2019, monthly income assistance and disability assistance support rates were increased by $50 per eligible adult per month. And in 2017, monthly income assistance support rates increased by $100 per family, and disability rates increased by $100 per family member with the PWD designation. There has never been in British Columbia as much increase, but it has also been absolutely necessary given the cost of inflation, and it's certainly in contrast to the way that the previous government froze income assistance rates instead.
What percentage?
Hello, Center.
Hi. What percentage of PWD clients also receive the maximum shelter allowance of $500 per month? And does the ministry track housing insecurity among PWD recipients, especially given the rising cost of rent?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Just to get clarification, was the member asking what percent claim the maximum?
Yes. What? Receive the maximum.
Minister.
So the answer is yes, we track it. No, I don't have these numbers here, but I'm very happy to follow up with the member. We can provide the information.
Kelowna Center.
Thank you. So with many local businesses being short-staffed, especially in my community, what programs or incentives exist for encouraging businesses to hire persons with disabilities? I sat with a constituent who was telling me about the programs, and I'm just not sure where the connection is with the local businesses and how readily available that connection is.
Minister.
As I have the ADM responsible in this area, Karen Blackman, has just hopped in. I realize I didn't introduce any of my team, and my deputy says I don't need to, but I'm not sure that she's entirely right. So apologies for my oversight, it's coming. I love the question, and this has been a really very moving part of the work when I'm in workplaces, let alone if I'm at, we did a really neat funding program with the BC Chamber of Commerce to be in the room with hundreds of their members and to talk with them about the opportunities that they have, both to fill in-demand jobs, but also seeing the community connection, the truly therapeutic impact of work, whether you're a CLBC client or someone exiting addiction treatment, as we discussed earlier. There really is a huge opportunity, and at this time where we need more workers, but also we know that people do better when they have, when they are connected to community through work. It really is a win-win. The hub and the structure of our employment services are the 102 Work BC centers across British Columbia, and I'm very grateful to them for being that interface between employers and people seeking work. And I'm just going to name a couple of programs that we work with specifically. Our Community and Employment Partnerships program focuses on improved employment outcomes for all clients, including those with disabilities. I spoke briefly to Prince George Commercial Truck Driver Training Program, where I visited. 16 students were there. This program paid both for their course, but also paid them a training wage. And I think for a couple of the participants, paid for the childcare for them. They lived in more remote communities. They hadn't been able to come into PG to do the work, to get trained, but they also just couldn't afford to leave the lower paid job that they had. They were then paired, all 16 students, with a number of different commercial truck driving employers in town. And by the end of I visited them quite close to the end of their program. One had identified, because she test-driven, literally, a number of different employment opportunities. She figured out she wanted to be a logging truck driver. Another woman was like, I am there for long haul. This is what I love more than anything. So just an example of, in the north especially, we need more commercial truck drivers. And with our budget and working through Work BC and with the local college as well, we were able to have people now participate materially in the economy and in their community. Employers got trained up workers, but people that would not otherwise have been able to just get over that hump of getting into that next paid job. So that's community employer partnerships. And they're done on a needs basis. The employers have to make a pitch that they've got a good program, and we have to have students that are identified. We also, as a ministry, support job opportunities for people with disabilities by engaging with employers to shift their perspectives and their hiring practices, and also through ongoing collaboration with the ministry and the President's Group. And President's Group really worth looking up. It's the first in Canada was here in BC. You've got the chair of TransLink and the chair of TELUS, co-chairing this organization. They meet, I think, bi-monthly, and they talk about best practices, barriers that we can help remove, ways that they can inspire each other to support bringing people with disabilities into their workplace. And I really salute their commitment to this work. They've got a huge amount of credibility, and it's so important to see. And then finally, we have employer-targeted marketing material that promotes Work BC as a place to find job seekers with a diverse range of skills and access to assistive technologies. And again, our funding can help the employer, help the individual. We've also got wage subsidies through Work BC. So if any employer or a prospective worker wants to get connected with these kind of programs, Work BC is your starting point. And it would be really great for any of us, either MLAs or me, to hear about how that works for people, what the successes are, and grateful again to Work BC contractors for stepping up and doing this important community-based work.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you, Chair. So that's great. Thank you for your answer. I have a little bit more of a niche question there that I was trying to get at, but I think maybe we can sit down and chat about that outside of estimates. So my next question is, with 150,000 plus cases, what's the projected cost of the PWD program for 25-26 and 26-27? Can the minister confirm whether cost projections account for aging demographics and a growing number of seniors with disabilities?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I think, as the member knows, seniors are covered by federal assistance, not provincial. But I am still, in answering your question, I am going to talk about aging, because up to 64, then they are covered by provincial assistance. So our caseload expects an annual average increase of approximately 3%. The disability assistance caseload is less sensitive to labor market conditions compared to income assistance caseload. Demand for disability assistance increases year over year because of demographics, an aging population, and also an increasing incidence of disabilities. In this year, for disability assistance, the change was $100.9 million, so that this year's budget is $2,204.4 million.
Kelowna Centre.
How many new applications for PWD designation are received each year, and what percentage are denied or appealed?
Minister.
This is just a little commercial break while my team is looking up the number. The introductions that I failed to make and that my deputy, Allison Bond, said were unnecessary, I'm going to introduce my team anyway. I've already introduced kind of my deputy, Allison. So my very hardworking assistant deputy ministers, to my left, my EFO, Adam McKinnon. He's also responsible for CLBC reporting. Not yet having made appearance here at the back of the class, but I see in the gallery Sam Turcott, who's head of the Accessibility Directorate. Dwayne Quinnell, also you haven't yet met, but you might. He's ADM responsible for information services. Suzanne Christensen is my ADM for Research and Policy, supports all of our poverty reduction strategy, and she has an amazing team that works with her. And Raymond Felch, is that the right way to say it? Filch is responsible for service delivery, so he's the one that is producing the paper on the question that the member just asked. And you also saw briefly Karen Blackman, who's ADM responsible for our employment program. And you also saw Ross Chilton, CEO of CLBC, who has also returned to the gallery. And, okay, so PWD applications received, adjudicated, approved, denied. In 2023-24, the total received were 14,151. The percent approved, 82%. Percent denied, 18. And that's the April, oh, that's, okay. And then for 24-25, the numbers I'm going to give you are just from April 1st, 24 until December 31st, 2024. So that's not a full year. But regardless, the numbers we've got for 24-25, total received are 10,979. Percent approved, 76. Percent denied, 24.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. Is the ministry meeting its internal service standards for timely adjudication of PWD designation applications? How long on average do applicants wait for a final decision?
Thank you, Chair. Our service standard is that applications are adjudicated within 45 business days. In 23-24, we met that 100% of the time. 24-25, 99%.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. Does the ministry track client outcomes for PWD recipients beyond payment delivery, such as health status, employment, housing stability, or community participation? If so, can these metrics be tabled?
Minister.
Thank you. Big picture, I would say that our amazing SDPR workers who are interfacing with clients on income assistance and disability assistance really do keep close connection, and they do have a very good sense, I would say, of how people are doing. But we're not tracking outcomes in the way that the member is asking about and suggesting. We know whether they're housed or unhoused. We know if they're employed because they can also, there are earning exemptions for earned income that can supplement their income or disability assistance. We know if they're accessing health care if they apply for health subsidies. So we're able, and there are a number of different subsidies that they can apply for, so we often can extrapolate the kind of services that they're accessing.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're going to move on a little bit to temporary income assistance and expected to work category. Is the expected to work designation achieving its purpose of incentivizing short-term transitions back to employment? What percentage of clients exit assistance within 6 to 12 months?
Minister.
Another introduction, Rob Bruce, who's Executive Director who can crunch almost every kind of number, but doesn't have that one again with him now. So we can undertake to provide that to the member.
Kelowna Center.
Thank you. Of the 51,000 clients in this category, how many are actively participating in employment readiness programs or Work BC? And how many are currently employed part-time?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. In 24-25, 8,626, that's 11.5% of expected to work cases declared income in at least 1 month over the year. Average amount declared was $756 per month. In 2024-25, 22,156, that's 16.5%. Of disability assistance cases declared income in at least 1 month over the year. The average amount declared was $7,140 per year.
Kelowna Center.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer, Minister. How many of these clients have been on temporary assistance for more than 12 months? Is the ministry concerned about cases getting stuck in a category that was meant to be transitional?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, there are a couple of things going on here. Yes, we do monitor it, and yes, we are concerned. We don't want people to get stuck on assistance. The temporary income assistance category is often a place that people will land if they are waiting to have their disability assistance application processed and adjudicated. For example, if someone's having a hard time connecting with a primary health care to complete forms. So we don't want people to be left out. So we do see people move from temporary income assistance to disability assistance. But it is something I get monthly reports on, and we do watch very carefully. The median is 12 months, but some people do get stuck. And we heard this very much through our consultation on the poverty reduction strategy in 2023, that there are some of the rules that make it hard for people to escape poverty and get stuck, especially at intergenerational level. And so as part of the poverty reduction strategy renewal, which I talked about a lot in the legislature this time last year, my ministry introduced legislative amendments to support a new person-centered approach to employment planning with income assistance recipients. And the new employability planning approach includes a client needs assessment to better understand the individual's strengths and their barriers to employment, to help navigate them to appropriate services, to develop individualized plans toward achievable job readiness goals without fear of financial penalties being unfairly applied. And that modernization of the employment planning approach is a really critical element of my ministry's work to develop effective employment pathways, increase the community and social connections, and help people out of poverty. They're supported by the income assistance program, they're supported by the employment training that Work BC and other partners offer, and the ultimate success is that lifts them towards permanent employment and a very short duration on income assistance.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you, Chair. What portion of this caseload, Minister, includes refugee claimants or recent immigrants? Has the ministry received adequate funding, federal transfers to support this growing population?
Minister.
The percentage question, the answer is 10%. The federal funding question, the answer is no, 0. To our great regret.
Kelowna Centre.
So follow-up question then, is the ministry advising the rest of the provincial government to advise the federal government in pushing back against federal refugee and immigration programs which are causing this increasing caseload, or lobbying for extra funding from them?
Minister.
Again, the short answer is yes. The federal government certainly knows that their decisions on immigration have put great pressure on not just housing, but on income assistance in all kinds of ways. And we have urged as a government that the federal government tie its funding of those services to immigration levels. We recognize and we really welcome newcomers, and we need them in many ways to drive our economy and to make our communities more robust. We are welcoming, and we really want the federal government to step up and do its work. But that is not reflected in this budget because that's not funding that we have received.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you, Chair. So the phenomenon, the well-documented policy phenomenon in which individuals or families receiving government assistance are financially disincentivized from returning to work because they're increasing income or improving their circumstances. Doing this triggers a sharp reduction in their benefits, supplements, or services. This often results in a marginal effective tax rate of 70 to 100% on earned income for low-income individuals. In BC's case, the issue arises in both the temporary income assistance and PWD programs. While annual earning exemptions have been increased to $6,000 for regular clients and $15,000 for PWD clients, many recipients still lose benefits dollar for dollar once they exceed those thresholds. Further, some benefits such as subsidized housing, dental coverage, or bus passes may be eliminated even if a person earns only slightly above the threshold. This creates a trap where working doesn't necessarily leave people better off, undermining the ministry's own goal of reducing poverty through employment and inclusion. So my question to the minister is there a clear understanding of the level of social support and the relationship that, is there a clear understanding of the level of social support and the relationship that has towards disincentivizing work or entering the labor market?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. To the member's question, yes, absolutely. It's something that we're watching all the time. It's something that we heard quite a bit in the consultation for poverty reduction strategy, and a lot of it was at the foundation of the legislative change that we made this time last year. There are some categories where the work is more obvious. For PWD, individuals are able to, even if they don't need the income support anymore because of employment, they're able to retain their medical benefits. And we also have a system where we can flip them quite quickly back into support if their work circumstances change. So that's an example of the kind of ebb and flow. We want people to be able to fully engage in community and in employment. We've heard about the disincentives that the old system had, and that has been ameliorated in some cases specifically. But yes, it's always something that we're watching, and work that is that I get reports on, and that the stats that we show are able to identify barriers to work. We've got the highest earning exemptions in the country, I believe, other than Prince Edward Island, which is a bit of an outlier. And then we are always doing a bit of myth busting on old stories about clawbacks that may be a 5 or 10 year old story, an old rule that we have since rescinded. And so that's an important piece of our communications responsibility, to let people know that the rules are more designed towards people that want to have the support, but also step out and work as well.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. Would the minister commit to commissioning an independent review of BC's income assistance and disability programs to assess the scope of trap dynamics and recommend solutions?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So two areas of quite extensive study that have already happened. This was very much the focus of the poverty reduction strategy review. We started with a foundation of 1,000 existing recommendations, including from the Basic Annual Income Expert Review Panel and other reports on poverty, for example, Red Woman Rising, many others. And then we heard from 10,000 people across the province, 70% of whom had lived experience with poverty. And so the What We Heard report will detail a lot of that analysis, and then the poverty reduction strategy we published last summer has a lot of that work that the member alludes to. I will go a little bit deeper, though, into the 2020 Basic Annual Income Expert Review Panel. It generated a lot of input from the community, a lot of academic study, and it's work that we continue to implement and have implemented a lot of it already, and more. And then the third thing I'd say is our research is constantly running these numbers and looking at the interface, and so there is active review. Active review has happened already and is ongoing.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. So given that the ministry acknowledges high inflation and cost of living pressures, does the minister believe that current earning exemptions are high enough to enable a safe transition from assistance to work?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The last earning exemption increase was January 1st, 2024. So it's quite recent. As I said before, it's the second highest exemption in the country. But also, as I mentioned to the member, the uptake is relatively low. And so honestly, that is the area that I'm most focused on. Why are more income and disability assistance recipients not availing themselves of the opportunity to add earned income to their disability and income assistance income? So that's the focus of the work that we're doing with partners like the President's Group and others, and Work BC to remove barriers to help and support people in their employment income. It's a win-win. If they have more money in their pockets, it doesn't put as much pressure on the Treasury around support, and it helps communities and employers with good workers.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. What proportion of clients leave assistance for employment and return within 12 months? And could this indicate that benefit clawbacks and loss of security are making exits from assistance unsustainable?
Minister.
We do not track people after they have left income assistance, so no.
Thank you for that answer. Give me 1 second. Okay, we're going to move on to overhead costs. So while British Columbians struggle with the rising cost of groceries, rent, and basic necessities, one part of the government that seems to be doing just fine is the bureaucracy. The Executive and Support Services budget line in the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction is now one of the fastest growing elements of this ministry's budget, outpaced by community living. The 25-26 estimates project a 21% increase over the 22-23 base year without providing a single dollar in support to British Columbians. So in other words, no food, no shelter, no disability supplement, just overhead. So on that note, can the minister explain why executive and support services has grown faster than almost every other element of the ministry's budget, despite providing no direct benefit to British Columbians?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I don't believe that the members' numbers are correct with respect, but I will say that the executive and support services increase were the result of implementation of a bargained collective agreement.
Colonel Center.
The ministry overspent its admin budget in 2022-2023 by nearly $500,000. Who authorized this, and what steps were taken to discipline that overspending, or was it rubber stamped?
Chair, we aren't able to find a number that lines up with that, so maybe if the member was able to provide that overnight, and then we can talk about it first thing in the morning.
Colonel Center.
Yes, thank you. How many FTEs have been added to executive and support services since 2019? How many are in communications, stakeholder relations, and engagement functions?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So communications is funded through GCPE, not my ministry budget. Engagement happens separately through each division. So for example, the work that the Accessibility Secretariat is leading to implement British Columbia, to establish and then implement British Columbia's first accessibility standards. That engagement, public engagement happens through just that one division. Poverty reduction strategy over the last 2 years was a big bump up in public consultation, town hall meetings, all kinds of outreach, but that happened just within the research and policy team. The Work BC and Employment Division does its own engagement, so we don't have numbers in the way that you're describing. They certainly don't fit within the executive and support services section.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a couple questions in here that I feel will be better suited if I ask for answers in writing. So I just wanted to ask the Minister if that would be okay to submit. Thank you. So we are running low on time here, and I think we have a vote coming up soon, but I have a couple more questions. What controls exist to ensure that executive and support services doesn't continue to grow quietly each year while frontline services stagnate? Has Treasury imposed any fiscal caps or restraint targets for this division?
Minister.
So I understand that the member would prefer that I provide that answer in writing?
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, to clarify, there's not going to ask that I'm going to submit in writing just because they're quite detailed, but that's one, yeah. That's one.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I can't accept the premise of the member's question, but maybe if overnight you're able to provide that other documentation that you were referring to. We have to stay within our budget. Our budget has not increased other than what is implemented through the negotiated wage settlements that happen through the Minister of Finance. So that's, yeah, we are increasing our budget to deliver more support to British Columbians in need.
Kelowna Centre.
Thank you. Can the Minister confirm whether any of this $14 million budget is being used to fund government polling, stakeholder outreach, or communications campaigns related to poverty reduction or accessibility messaging?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. No to polling, not in the budget. And I think in my previous answer, I described the outreach activities that happened within each of the divisions poverty reduction strategy, the accessibility standard development, and so on. But none of those had a big, slick communications campaign. It was really just about running town halls and hiring facilitators, that kind of thing. And I've just been passed a note, which I'm now going to read. Honorable Chair, I move that the committee rise for report resolution and completion of the estimates of Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship and report progress on Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction and ask leave to sit again.
Members have heard the question. Those in favor? Aye. Motion is carried. Thank you, members. The committee stands adjourned.